the kind of position or the opinion of the crowd completely and utterly changed. And it went from, yeah, protect your wife, to, hey, foreigners can't hit us Chinese people.
Oh, 86 in jail.
So foreigners in China are often lauded as exotic, bringers of new information. They're like seen as the outsiders that are very, very interesting to the average person because China's a pretty homogenous society, right? Now, oftentimes you can see the general opinion of foreigners in like conversations with taxi drivers. And if you get in a taxi in China, they'll often ask you, well, pretty much every time we'll ask you where you're from. Basically, you might get a little bit of a big head because you'll think that Chinese people absolutely love people from your country because they'll say things like, wow, Americans are so good. They're way better than us Chinese because they're so rich. Oh, you're from Germany. Hitler was a good man.
They've said this. I'm serious.
And all these kind of generalizations about your country, which are usually positive, but it's a slippery slope because actually, if there's an altercation or something happens where it's China against another country or China against the rest of the world, then everything can turn on you. And I've wanted to tell this story for a really long time. I wanted to make a proper video about how I went to jail in China over a woman. Guys, this literally, I'm not even joking, this entire meal, which is this delicious pork belly and rice and vegetables, and you have pork blood soup, might seem unappetizing to you, but I love this stuff. This is like $3 US. So it was Valentine's Day, but it was Chinese Valentine's Day. Am I right? Person behind the camera? So it's Chinese Valentine's Day, and I was out with my wife. We went out to eat some Japanese food, actually. And we got into a taxi. Taxi driver was a normal countryside taxi dude. And we actually had forgotten to bring cash. We explained to him, hey, stop at our house real quick. My wife's gonna go grab her purse, then we'll continue on to the next destination. 200 meters, yeah, it was like 200-meter taxi ride. So he goes, okay, he agrees to all these terms. And basically, when he goes to the house, he stops the meter and he's like, yeah, just pay and get out. And I was like, well, I already told you. We have to go get the money first. We gotta go get my wife's purse. So my wife gets out of the car and she goes to walk into the apartment complex and he goes, give me money. And he starts swearing and screaming at us. I'm like, you need to calm down. And I wanted to go protect my wife because he just got out of the car. So I follow him and he stops my wife. I believe he physically touched you, right? Grabbed you or something. And turns you around and he goes, just give me my effing money. Screaming at my wife. And I get furious, obviously, but I look at Vivi, and she looks like the fury of hell.
Let's roll.
Had just been bestowed upon her, like Satan's spirit came into her eyes. And she whipped out her camera. Well, it was my camera, right? And he started filming him, right? And you go, I dare you to say that again. Because what he just said before that was, I'm gonna beat the hell out of you. I'm gonna kill you. Didn't he say that? Well, it does. Right? I'll beat you to death. This is what.
Here. 3 ducks left. They must be here somewhere. Three left. Smoke! Let's go! I am in the middle. Someone must recover the bomb.
Bomb spawn. I go.
Three more. I am setting the bomb. Bomb has been planted.
Hello. Hi guys. Hello.
Let's go!
Русский есть.
Есть. It's A. Oh,
Сука, нахуй,
fuck.
блядь.
I am throwing a flashbang!
Low HP. B plant. Yes, психу.
I go.
My AK down. Right. Down. Right.
He's error.
Nice.
Nice.
Guy.
Very good.
It's great.
You're beautiful.
Lift. Lift! Nice.
Oh, nice, man.
You're my hero.
Yes.
Come on, let's go.
You best.
Help me, okay?
No way. Two middle. Fuck. 1 pound. One collector.
Fuck. Tunnel.
Psycholo, yes. Yes.
No. Chicken.
Bomb. Nice. Drop me, please.
Let's go.
T. No airplane. House. Go plant a check.
Bomb has been planted.
Well, life. 22 life. Yes.
Info house.
Terrorists win.
Yay.
Get ready.
Your best team. Russian community is very bad.
Let's go. I am throwing smoke.
Go rush B.
Fire. Throwing a flashbang.
Hi.
I am throwing a flashbang. I am planting the bomb. Bomb has been planted.
Well, life.
Terrorists win.
Yeah, boy. Yeah, my bomb. Go to A, okay?
Okay.
We must move. Throwing a
Check in
smoke.
window, please.
Grenade out.
Go, I am help.
Grenade. Throwing
Second tunnel.
I am throwing a grenade.
Oh fuck. One low PB plant. No luck. Yes. No. Yes.
I am planting the bomb. Bomb has been planted.
Yeah, boy. Go to A, okay?
Go, go, go. I am throwing smoke. Grenade! I am throwing a flashbang.
Go to stealth.
Throwing a flashbang.
So, stealth.
Flashbang.
Help me. I'm splendid.
I am setting the bomb. Bomb has been planted. Smoke!
Oh!
They can't stop the bomb now.
I'm alive! Yeah. Fine, Africa. Go to A.
Let's go!
No grenade, please. No use grenade.
He said to my wife. So right before I jump in, she whips out the camera and starts filming him. She goes, "Say that again to the camera." And he says it again. He repeats himself. He says, "I'm gonna beat you to death." And he slaps my wife in the face and slaps the camera out of her hand. And I don't, obviously I know what happened to me. Obviously I got very angry. So I did what any normal man would do if his wife had just been struck by a man, and I punched him in the face. I don't want to make this sound worse than it actually is, but I have to be totally honest, and it was a very strong punch. And the man's face was very soft. I feel like he had not received the nutrition he should have as a child, because it literally, he melted into the ground like a pile of ooze after I hit him. I've never been in a situation where I hit someone and they literally just, they collapse into a pile. So he's laying there, And as all this is going on, the most interesting thing is, this is something that's very Chinese. If something happens, like a car accident,
Drop him, please.
Go to B.
Drop him.
Let us be quick.
Nice. Thank. Middle AWP.
Go, go, go.
I am throwing a flashlight.
Fuck! Fuck!
Throwing a flashlight.
What the fuck? It's really cheat.
Rush, rush, rush. Camp it, camp it.
Terrorists win. Be safe, my friends.
Go to definite position. Shift it, please.
Throwing smoke. Terrorists win.
Yeah, boy.
Terrorists win. Stay, my friend.
Yeah, boy.
or people get into a fight, or there's an argument, or the cops show up somewhere, people will make a big kind of scene. They'll be onlookers and they'll take videos of it, and kind of be like this silent crowd in the background. And this happened when we were arguing with the taxi driver, and of course created a massive crowd when I hit him. So the entire crowd the entire time was cheering on my wife. They were basically, am I right? They were like, yeah, like, you can't hit a woman, mess this guy up, right? And then as soon as I hit the dude, they began to cheer even more. They're like, hell yeah, like, finally got some justice. But within, I would say, 30 seconds of me hitting the taxi driver, the kind of position or the opinion of the crowd completely and utterly changed, and it went from, yeah, protect your wife, to, hey, foreigners can't hit us Chinese people. And it was scary, and I know what kind of situation this was about to turn into, because mob violence and mob mentality is very common in mainland China. So I'm like, shit, like we need to sort this out. So we went into the apartment complex, which is actually like government property, and the security guards are obviously on my side. They're like, you need to stay back. You guys need to get out of here before the crowd turns on you, because people have been beaten to death over stuff like this. So, long story short, the cops show up, and we all get into the cop car. Vivi was in there, the dude was in the cop car, I was in the cop car, and then her parents showed up as well. And on the way to the police station, my brain is racking. I'm like, what's gonna transpire here? What's gonna come out of this? And although you may think I was in the right in this situation, this is how I ended up in a Chinese police station holding cell. I had never seen like Chinese police officers like interacting with each other, but I feel like they could have their own TV show. They all had their own like little personalities and stuff, and they're all eating like shrimp. I remember they're eating like shrimp congee or something. And I got to see the inner workings of a Chinese police station and jail, because, at least the people they just caught, because you know, they would bring a criminal in, and they would kind of make them confess to what they did and get all their information. And then I'd be able to listen in on these conversations. So here I was, like, next to all these, like, criminals, basically. And everyone that wasn't local that committed a crime, they were shit. Like, if they found out you're from, like, a different town or a different province, man, your punishment wasn't light. And the most common thing that I saw people going in there was for, like, putting illegal stickers on the walls. So basically, when you walk around on the walls in China, they'll have like stickers that will say, you can buy fake receipts here, or you can buy counterfeit this, or whatever, like illegal stuff. And the people that get sent out to put those stickers up, they're not really criminals. I mean, they're just kids getting paid to do stuff. But man, they beat the shit out of you. They were like, hang him. They use this word, hang him. They basically take the dude and they brought him upstairs and they hang him by his hands, and they just beat the frick out of him with like a metal rod. And you hear him screaming and stuff up there because he won't admit to what he did. There was other people that were caught for prostitution and stuff. Long story short, me and Vivi are in there, and I'm like shitting myself because I'm like, what the hell did I do wrong? But I'm listening to the conversation, and the guy claims that he was in the right. And the police officers ended up kind of taking his side because I was a foreigner that drew blood and punched the dude.
Here's the thing, that dude even say like, you tie him up, I beat him up. That was the story. But the thing is, the police not gonna believe him.
Right.
But the problem is you draw blood. So that's why it's the bad.
Deploying decoy. Grenade out. 3 guys left. Flashbang. Smoke. Fire in the hole. Move out.
Bad case, I said, because that dude hurt me. But the problem is that dude is too weak to the point that I didn't have any mark. So, but he had blood. So in that scenario, he's way more like severe.
Right.
So, but it's related with the like a foreigner. So they also
It becomes a
don't-
big deal.
Yeah. So they don't want to. Normally they will let us go.
Of course, nothing
you
would
are-
have happened.
If you were Chinese, they will just let
Right.
you go. But and he said like even if even the cop told me that if you are not foreigner, after they get out, you can beat the crap out of them.
Yeah, I'm allowed to because the
Yeah.
guy was such a pain in the ass.
Yeah,
They were
and
like,
then-
"F this taxi driver guy."
Yeah, and the problem is because you are foreigner, they don't, actually the cop was saying like they don't want to mark anything on you.
Right.
So at the end of the day, we need to pay for his medical bill.
Yeah, it was like
Which is-
$1,000.
Which is okay.
Right.
He was claiming that he wants 10万块钱.
Yeah. He wanted like $20,000 US or
Yeah,
something,
and
15,000.
then my uncle showed up, said like, I will give you the money, but if you get the money, you're not gonna able to have this time to spend.
Yeah, so her uncle shows up out of nowhere. I don't know what this guy does, by the way, but he basically drops some names. And this guy's taxi driver friends show up to support him in the police station, and they all bolt. They all run away. And I'm like, what the did your uncle say?
Anyways, let's go back to the story. Because he thinking he couldn't get anything out of it, he decided to like inject all the IV for him so that we can pay more.
Yeah, so he wanted to take advantage. He's like, give me the works. And they strap up all these bags of IVs at the hospital to him. And
Yeah.
he's puking his guts outside
Yeah.
because he's so sick from all this random medicine. He got antibiotics and stuff.
Yeah, all the thing. My dad said like literally inject like more than 4 or 5 IV in the same time, just puking everywhere. Anyway, the main point I was trying to prove is like, first of all, the person, if they get a little bit injured, they will over exaggerate
Right.
hurt, try to scam the crap out of you. They try to get as many as help as they can.
Right.
If you are a foreigner alone, stay away from this situation
Right.
as fast as you can.
Not only will you potentially get scammed for a lot of money, but also legally, very bad consequences. Look at Wendell
They
Brown.
can't support you. Even the cops, like you know, they will ask for the crowd.
Right.
For everything. Everything is not exactly run like how the Western country does.
Right.
The lucky thing is because I'm the local there, I have the connection. So
That's not always going to be the case.
Yeah, but that's not, everyone is not that lucky. At the end of the day, like they end up like making me sign a thing is like I beat him up
Right.
and I draw the blood on him, which everyone knows that's not going to be the truth.
Right.
But that's how we keep him stay out of the record, was saying like he hurting Chinese people or blah,
Right.
blah, all those kind of things. So one suggestion, seriously, really serious suggestion, if you see any crowd, if you saw any person get hurt, I'm not suggesting you try to be a bad foreigner that like not helping. Stay away from any.
Do not help.
Let's roll. Let's give it to them, boys. Checking the middle. Grenade out. Watch out, sniper.
Опять за спецназ, все повторяется.
Есть русские?
О, опять в голову, все повторяется. Короче, это прикинь, пустой до сих пор. Хоть бы я ужал. Да, успех Раша.
Идет второй час ожидания. Вот, и опять зеленый.
Просто смотри! Лоу. Короче, понятно. Может заранее выйти.
София сейчас
Ну
удачи.
я не хочу с ними, ты смотри. Наши все сливаются. Я вообще последний никого не убил. Как меня повысить здесь? Вот нахер мы на кэш пошли. Надо включить ее.
На кэш? Это не кэш как бы.
Нет, насрать инферно. Do you speak English?
AMB.
Hello guys.
Hello.
Hello, мужик. Hello, man. I go meet.
Come on, chop chop.
I could be.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, nice. 1A.
Purple, go A. А, походу.
Мид. Они на нас заходят. И цей. Найс. Хоть бы диффузор для приличия купил.
Зачем?
Хз.
Курочка. типа невменяемый. I go B.
Я тоже на Б пойду. А, nice, yellow.
Are we rushing in? Or are we going sneaky beaky like?
О, фиолетовый не стопит. Блин, хоть пытается.
Походу Б.
Если бы они меня не стопили, нихера.
So guys meet.
Окей. It's A.
Окей.
Trouble.
Do not help people if they're hurt because they will potentially use you to get money. And number two, avoid any situation where you could potentially get in a fight because look at Wendell Brown, the NFL player, defended himself and his girlfriend at the bar. No one got hurt. 4 years in jail.
If you see any crowd start to have, if you see anything start to have a crowd, stay away.
Right.
Stay away. Run the heck out of there.
Seriously.
And I know the fact thing is like the Chinese people are saying like you don't teach foreigner to do that. That's it's such an insult for our China and blah blah those kind of thing. But that's the truth. If you're trying to come here, stay away from any trouble, any crowd, because probably you will be the target.
It'll turn on you.
Like I don't want to just like shit on my country, but that is the truth.
It's mob mentality, and like for a really bad example to kind of finish this off, I mean, look at the Pakistani guy with his Chinese girlfriend. If he had gotten out of there and didn't argue with the dude that was angry at him for being with a Chinese girl, he'd be alive right now. But he had to continue arguing and get in a fight, and then he ended up dying, getting stabbed. So that's just what happens. So avoid any altercation, seriously. And if you can learn anything from my story, it's either make local connections or just don't get in trouble. Don't punch little tiny taxi drivers.
So even me and him.
Кого с чем засейвил?
Мид. Я ВП засейвил.
Хорошо, кого засейвил? I go B.
Let's go. Throwing smoke.
Да боже, что?
Grenade out.
О, он еще и смог кинул.
Мидл руби.
Да, все.
This joke is like if you want to punch, need to be tiny enough.
Every time I've gotten in a fight in Asia, it's always been with very tiny old men. I'm sorry, guys.
They're like Chihuahua.
Yeah, I think it's the attitude problem. Anyway, hope you guys enjoyed this video. If you did, go downstairs, hit the like button. Subscribe if you haven't already, and patreon.com/Lau86 for all the stuff that we can't talk about because, you know what? There's a lot of stuff. Oh, are you gonna scam me? I just hope to. Patreon.com.
Like the hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Well, all my money's yours anyway. Patreon.com/Lau86 for more.
Welcome back to Harbour Unboxed.
Я тебя в голову дал.
Ну надо, что мне лучше противник покажи, как ты в голову даешь.
I go B.
Remember, this isn't a guild house anymore. This is real life. Smoke.
Мне кажется, это...
Laying
Да.
down smoke.
А, это... Никого.
Today, I'm discussing what I feel were the worst CPU and GPU purchases of 2018. Now, some of these products should have never existed, and some were just a bit pointless, and others made promises that they didn't fulfill. But before we get to that, a very quick ad from today's video sponsor, Corsair, and their new Hydro Series H115i RGB Platinum all-in-one liquid cooler. This is Corsair's best ever liquid cooler, both in terms of performance and aesthetics. The 280 RGB 140mm.
Да не, сейчас как мы делаем.
I go B. Они мне, короче, на B пойдут.
I go away.
Gear up. We're going in. Throwing a grenade.
Я не полез бы на Почему? Это Б.
Grenade out.
О, фри.
Millimeter fans capable of spinning at up to 2000 RPM. The cold plate and pump design have been optimized for greater performance, while the upgraded RGB lighting on the pump head looks incredible, and using the IQ software can be synced up to match your build. For more information, please check the link in the video description. Okay, so I'm not going to mess around. Let's get right into it with the worst GPU product released this year, possibly ever. Back in July, we got our hands on the DDR4 version of the GeForce GT 1030. And boy, oh boy, what a heap of garbage that thing was. It's one thing to try and release a really, really crappy product and try to flog it off, but it's a completely different thing to pull a bait.
Не, ну тупо это вот все.
I go B.
Ай.
I go всегда B.
Remember,
Так
this
же
is
всегда
bandit
так.
country.
Я не знаю.
Shoot everything that moves. Laying down smoke.
Only.
Почему мне всегда фиолетово мешается?
Ну что он фиолетовый?
Вот в танках фиолетовый, это значит статист.
Grenade out.
О, it's B.
Throwing fire.
О, нас. Заставим вапу, если дадите им. АМ-ку. Окей. Моё. Я случайно дым купил.
We aren't going on a windy walk
А, я
here.
диффуза не купил.
Throwing smoke.
Вот ты...
Thank you, guys.
Injury out.
Найс, ЛП посидел.
Smoke.
Bomb second minute.
Grenade.
Вот фиолетовый всегда за меня прячется, капец.
Second minute.
Throwing flashbang.
Банан один.
Встретил.
And switch on your customers. Nvidia were basically committing fraud in my opinion with the GT 1030 DDR4, and I'm quite surprised more media outlets didn't make a fuss about this one. One big YouTuber even blamed the consumers, claiming that if you're dumb enough to buy a brand new entry-level graphics card, then, well, it serves you right. Anyway, for those of you who missed the drama, Nvidia released the GT 1030 back in May of 2017, and it was a pretty weak entry-level offering, but it was good enough to play titles such as Rocket League, Fortnite, and CSGO, for example, at a respectable resolution such as 1080p. Basically, if you're a parent who isn't massively into computers, and you want to buy something cheap for little Billy to play Fortnite with his buddies, then a $70 GT 1030 will fit the bill nicely. The problem.
Боже, он такой аутист, просто даже инфу нельзя сказать. Do you speak Russia, purple? No.
Я 1А, классно.
Угу, в желтом хотя бы желтый сегодня.
Это А.
Вот что ты сегодня. Окей, иду. Go with stay. Nice, blue. Блин, ты бы видел, как фиолетовый ходит? Идет, идет, останавливается, смотрит, идет дальше. А, выходит с балкона. Найс. Вообще хорошо сработано. Нихера не сделал. Блин, у него может хоть калашка был. Давай махнемся. Я здесь. Спасибо. Я с калашом удобно. Хотя я как точнее.
Правда, я с ТМ вообще не умею стрелять.
Так же, как с калаша, просто она точнее, и все. Нет отличия. Ну, у меня просто урон поменьше. Тупо это не Б.
Это А, походу.
Да, на банане нет никого.
Тихо, да, А.
Ева говорит. Да ну там
Их двое там.
где двое?
Да я не знаю инфу эту.
Да, все, окей, найс. Я не успел обратно юсп взять. У меня глок. Ладно,
Миха.
Right, lads, we're on. Throwing smoke. Grenade.
Блу. Ой, тупой. Б.
Incendiary.
Да, у меня хп мало. Вышел, блин, посмотри. Да, тут нормально все. Желтый разрулил.
Удачи тогда.
Найс. Просто желтый всех расхерачил. Я убегаю, желтый бых, 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 и все.
Blue, no smoke, please. Как сказать или kill, no? Kill.
Don't smoke.
Let's have it, lads. Laying down smoke.
Дурачок, а?
Grenade out. Throwing fire.
Боже.
Throwing fire.
Аутист.
Да тихо ты.
Throwing a grenade.
Сам в себя нормально. Я сам в себя гранат кинул. Из того, что сзади меня стрелять начали. Я испугался. Начал кидаться гранатами, попал в себя. Я не буду брать. Yellow.
Go, go, go.
Go be yellow. Thank you.
Smoke. Throwing smoke.
Blue, thank you.
Grenade out. Incendiary out. Incendiary out.
Always be. Flash.
Deploying flashbang.
Nice, thank you. Вау, it's B. А, бомба там, вдвое на этом. Ту банана.
Deploying flashbang.
Ту банана. Nice. А, окей. I go mid.
Этот даун опять кинет смол.
Blue, don't smoke, please.
Move it. Smoke.
О, я в твой смок не попал. Blue, don't smoke.
Оу.
Обходят. Обходит мид.
Problem is, as of March 2018, little Billy could end up with a GT 1030 that will average 66 FPS in Fortnite, or one that'll average less than 40 FPS. And they have the same name, they look the same, and they're the same price. What happened here was Nvidia quietly introduced a DDR4 version in March that had 65% less bandwidth than the original DDR5 model, 16.8GB per second of bandwidth, down from 48GB per second. So unless you knew what to look out for, you'd be none the wiser, and even tech-savvy users got caught out as they didn't even know there were two models, so didn't bother to check the memory type, just assuming they were all GDDR5, as they had been for 10 months after the initial release. Oh, and before moving on, there is something that I would like to just make crystal clear. This isn't on Nvidia's board partners. They can't create a graphics card that's out of spec, out of Nvidia's spec. Many argued with us that this was on Galax, as we used a Galax DDR4.
Да, походу, с ним кто-то играет.
These fellas are gonna regret waking up this morning.
Yellow, 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 yellow. Yellow. Yellow.
Второй мид.
Yellow.
Throwing a grenade. Throwing fire.
Как сказать, давай обменяемся?
Ну, не знаю.
Deploying flashbang.
Типа гоу дальше.
Сори, я... Мне кажется, это будет. Go away. Эй. Боже, да блин, как?
Его же слышно было.
Угу. Вот лучше подменялись.
We're out of here.
О, жопа надо будет.
Laying down smoke.
Yellow, don't rush, please. А, банана. Да ну нафиг, а минус 78, да капец. Блин. Да нифига. Как так-то? Мне нужно сделать 25 фрагов. Что делать? Гоби. Или А.
Go away. Hey.
Go away. Окей, go away.
Let's go!
Какая музычка? Аж кайфанул. Давай через дом. Через балкон.
Не запрыгнул.
Позакрысил! Ну гол! Зачем ты по 250 купил? Он с первой пули голову не убивает. Go. Идут. Слева смотри.
Понял.
Окей. Блин, капец. Гоби. Я хочу счет как у синего.
Let's dispute those, Addison. Smoke!
Full version of the GT 1030 for testing, or it would be on anyone else who made a DDR4 version of the GT 1030. But guys, that's not how this industry works. NVIDIA calls all the shots, and if you don't comply with their demands, you get cut off, and for most of these AIBs, that would be a death sentence. NVIDIA created the DDR4 version of the GT 1030, and they are pretty much entirely responsible for screwing over the poorest and often most vulnerable PC gamers. From one disgusting anti-consumer act to the next, the good guys also played dirty in 2018. Now, before getting into this one, I'll just say that I'm not interested in arguing about which one was worse, who was more naughty, NVIDIA's GT 1030 DDR4 version or AMD's RX 580 that's really an RX 570. I seriously don't.
Let's go, my friend.
Мне кажется, не все замутили нас.
Пофигу.
One meat. Rush.
Еще. Через банан пойдут. ничего слышу. Тихо. Банана.
Я вышел.
Плент.
Найс.
Так поддерживай прям.
Чего?
Музыку так поддерживай.
С тобой точно все нормально?
Музыка хорошая просто. Прям кайфую.
Понял.
Трин, так просто прям мурашки штуков. Он всегда смог кидать на мид.
Он всегда дурачок.
Go plant.
Planting. Throwing fire.
Найс.
Найс. А когда я его надамажил? Подожди, когда я его надамажил? Понял.
Ну шашлычок за бобень. Такую музыку.
Go away.
Let's go, let's go.
Шашлындос, шашлындос. Мы летим на шашлындос. Окей.
Классно, а пошли.
Найс.
Molotov. Throwing fire.
Plant.
I am planting the bomb. Bomb has been planted.
Я буду думать, что мы все равно сейчас пойдем на... То есть мы пойдем на А мы давайте все равно пойдем на Б. Гоби. Не, iPhone 4 мне не надо, у меня уже 6. Да ладно, iPhone говно. Капец, у нас синий тащит.
Я его догнал почти.
Let's go, my friend.
Да.
Throwing smoke. I am throwing smoke. Molotov.
Go.
Low HP. Да боже!
Fire.
Горю.
Найс.
Найс.
I am throwing a flashbang.
Go away. Блин, если бы вот 20 фрагов сейчас бы сделал, 25, то меня бы повысили, отвечаю. А сейчас
Мне
мало
бы 25
фрагов.
сделать.
Move it, move it.
Давай. Хоть
Smoke
бы
me.
я сейчас замутил.
Smoke.
Go away,
Они
please
нас
go away.
замутили. Они замутили. Найс.
I am throwing smoke.
Home.
Have time for fanboys defending either company's actions, especially when they've done something this anti-consumer. You honestly just become as much of a problem when you defend these dodgy products, at least in my opinion. Now, I have no doubt that Nvidia's GT 1030 affected more people, and in my opinion, it is a far worse product. But the Radeon RX 580 2048 SP is still garbage. It's a rare anti-consumer move by AMD, and well, we have to let them know that we won't stand for it. Basically, what AMD did here was take the RX 570
Да фу, не кидай, пожалуйста, смог на них. Вот его обогнал, кстати.
Нормально.
Фу, капец, предпоследнее место. Ну что-то киллов мало. Да блин.
GPU and then rebrand it as an RX 580 2048 SP. So they're basically calling an RX 570 an RX 580, and well, that's just a flat out lie. At least AMD did slightly change the name, or at least they added to it, but still the product name very much suggests to buyers that this is an RX 580 and might not be any different to any other RX 580. Maybe the seller just added 2048 SP to make it sound more fancy. Let's be honest, how many buyers even know what 2048 SP means, and how many of them know that the RX 580 is meant to have 2304 SPs or stream processors? Now, you could argue these models are only being sold in China, but I don't know why you would. Last I checked, Chinese consumers are still people. They work for their money, and ripping them off is no different to ripping anyone else off. Also, if you hop on eBay and search for new RX 580s, on the first page you will be met with a 2048 SP model at around the same price as the fully fledged 2304 SP models. Granted, they are only being sold under Chinese brands, but it's still possible to get your hands on one, and sellers can get away with calling them RX 580s if they choose to, and if caught out, you don't really have a leg to stand on. So, we strongly feel that AMD needs
Сделал, но задиффузить бомбу полсекунды. Просто это так обидно было.
Я дня 3 назад в первом раунде сделал, если просто 5 голов дал. Всю спас. Он меня перегнал.
Kick orange.
No.
Yeah. One mid. No.
Oh.
За стилю. Плент.
Слейтесь, пожалуйста.
О, найс. Слейтесь, пожалуйста, я хочу еще. Блин.
Как думаешь, повысят?
Ни одного фрага не хватило, чтобы меня повысили. Боже, обидно.
На тебя бы не повысили. Блин, меня не это
повысили бы.
We are going to do this.
to be called out in this one, and hopefully we won't see this kind of crap again. Though I did say that after they accidentally called an RX 460 an RX 560. Well, maybe AMD can work their naming schemes out in 2019. Fingers crossed. Next up, we have the Intel Skylake X refresh, one of the biggest snooze fests of 2018. Earlier in the year at the Computex trade show, the Battle of the Cores was in full swing, but while Intel was, well, I think Tim put it, they were in fantasy land with their 5GHz 28-core chiller type CPU, AMD was actually showing off, well, an actual real product that they released, I think it was just a month later. We still haven't received the 28-core monstrosity from Intel that requires a completely different socket.
This video from Computex 2018 is... And yet, there's the commemorative, like, 40-year anniversary of the original AMD booth, like, CPU in it. And I have gone out of... This is CPU architectures right now, so we can speculate that this is probably based on the same...
And likely a motherboard that costs more than an RTX graphics card, so I guess we have that to look forward to. What we did get was a range of new 9th gen high-end desktop processors, and apparently they're so good Intel was able to skip the 8th gen models. The only problem is they aren't that good and they don't even deserve the 8th gen branding, let alone the 9th gen. These are just the same old 7th gen Skylake X parts but with a soldered TIM that actually manages to make them worse, at least for extreme users, you know, the kind of users that they're targeted at. The Core i9-9980XE, for example, the $1,980 model, yeah, it's only $20 cheaper than the 7980XE, but I'll get to that in a moment. The 9980XE runs so hot when overclocked, it can't actually be overclocked as far as a delidded 7980XE, and you can't delid the 9980XE without destroying it. So that means enthusiasts are better off buying the older 7980XE and do what enthusiasts have always done with Intel CPUs, at least for a few years now, and that is delid them. All that aside, the biggest issue is the pricing. Intel's still in la-la land when it comes to pricing. Or maybe it's the consumers, as Intel still seems to be moving what they can make. Anyway, anyone willing to properly evaluate their options will seriously question why they would spend so much more on a Skylake X refresh CPU when they have what are arguably better options from AMD at much cheaper prices. Right now, the Threadripper 2950X costs $900 US, while the 1950X can be had for an unbelievably low $600 US. Then on the other side of the fence, we have Intel's 16-core 32-thread 9960X, and that costs $1,685 US, so just shy of $1,700 US on that one. So in short, Intel recycled their CPUs and even their pricing from 2017, and it has to be said back then they weren't really competitive, at least in my opinion. So the new Skylake X refresh parts really are pointless, and I'd say worse than that, they're actually a really bad buy. Okay, so I suspect almost all of us, certainly the vast majority, will agree that Nvidia's DDR4 stunt with the GT 1030 was bad. AMD's choice to release an RX 570 under the RX 580 branding should be frowned upon, and Intel's Skylake X refresh is extremely disappointing and represents very poor value. Where I feel quite a few of you will be divided is on this nomination, the Nvidia GeForce RTX 2070 and 2080 as some of the worst GPU purchases of 2018. So let me try and clarify a few things here. At the MSRPs, which a few models are selling at, the 2070 and 2080 aren't bad buys. Certainly not the most exciting products to be released this year, but for the most part they're a little faster than the outgoing Pascal parts and are now available at the same price. But even so, 2 and a bit years later, that's not exactly progress, but I suppose with AMD nowhere to be seen, it's hard to bash Nvidia for giving us almost nothing extra. Frankly though, we could take them or leave them, not really fussed one way or the other. Personally, I would have been just as happy if Nvidia went on selling Pascal at a slightly discounted price. The problem I have with these new RTX GPUs is that initially they sold for at least $100 US over the MSRP, and this made the RTX 2070, for example, 20% more expensive than the GTX 1080.
Flashbang. I'm staying here. some help.
At the time, 1080s were dropping in price, some as low as $430 US. So there were some serious bargains to be had, and yet many people were actively avoiding them as the newer RTX models came with the promise of phenomenal ray traced graphics and big performance gains with DLSS. Problem is, if you paid $600 US for an RTX 2070, you were massively overpaying for GTX 1080 Lite performance. This is because ray tracing basically doesn't work on the RTX 2070. It's just nowhere near powerful enough. Hell, it barely works on the 2080 Ti. Then you have DLSS, which looks to be just as useless at this point. And yes, I know, Battlefield 5 performance has been greatly improved since the initial release, but as Tim found, it's been achieved by downgrading the game's graphics to enable those gains. And ray tracing still has some serious quality issues. And let's not forget that the game support list for ray tracing is also extremely underwhelming. In the case of Battlefield 5, given what we've seen thus far, I'd personally rather just disable it and enjoy a 50% performance boost. Playing on an RTX 2070 at 1080p with an average of about 60 FPS just can't be compared to playing at 1440p with over 80 FPS. Ray tracing just isn't worth that kind of performance and resolution downgrade. Of course, ray tracing is an optional feature, you don't have to use it, but this was the key selling point of the new RTX series, and without it, well, you basically just have a fat Pascal GPU. Not exactly, but sort of. And yes, we know that ray tracing is the future of gaming, but having gamers pay a premium to pave the way for a new feature they can't really enjoy now isn't the best way to go about getting it. I'm sure it works for Nvidia though. So in short, gamers chomping at the bit for a new graphics card in 2018 were sold a false reality with the RTX 2070, and unfortunately some paid a serious premium. You could certainly argue that the RTX 2080 was even worse, as it was well overpriced for a much longer period of time, and even today it generally costs more than what you were paying for a GTX 1080 Ti prior to the 2080's release. So the 2080 is pretty bad value in that sense, but I have honed in on the RTX 2070 given the laughably poor support for ray tracing, and that was a technology that was used to heavily promote the product and generate sales. So 2018 has been a bit of a frustrating.
Be careful. Let's all make it home tonight. go, people. Grenade out. Throwing flashbang.
Frustrating year in the PC hardware space, though it has also been quite exciting at some points. So while some early adopters have been a bit burnt, or those going after bragging rights, there have been some great value options as well. AMD almost got away with a clean rap sheet in 2018 and had that
Let's go.
they not released the dodgy RX 580 2048 SP graphics card in the Chinese market, we'd really have nothing bad to say about them. Their heavily discounted Ryzen processors, along with the RX 580 and 570, the real RX 580 and 570, they've been big hits this year. Oh, and there's also been some insane Threadripper deals getting about as well. I'm sure some of you will disagree with me calling the RTX 2070 and 2080 into question, but I feel Nvidia has taken advantage of gamers with the new RTX series, particularly the 2070 and 2080, which really offer nothing over the 2-year-old Pascal parts they're replacing. I was a little tempted to include the RTX 2080 Ti Founders Edition, simply because of the alarmingly high failure rate, and for the way Nvidia has handled this situation, but I'm still on the fence about that one, and while we did have a 2080 card go all Space Invaders on us, we yet to have an issue with a single RTX 2080 Ti model. Granted, our sample size has only been a few cards, but I think overall your chances of getting a dud are pretty low. And it really has to be said that the 2080 Ti is just a beast. It enables an amazing 4K gaming experience, one that we've never seen before, at least in tiles that lack solid SLI support. Of course, there's also now the Titan RTX, which is probably the worst value GPU to be released this year, but we haven't.
Here, let's go.
What, guys? What?
Flashbang. Throwing flashbang.
Seen that one yet, so we don't really know what it's capable of, though we have a pretty good idea of what to expect. But anyway, I'll hold off till we have some solid data. Then we have Intel's Core i9 9900K, which is a terrible value CPU, but also a very powerful CPU, so I'm a bit torn on that one. The 95-watt TDP spec has caused problems, and the principal technology report was a dirty pre-order tactic from Intel, and we certainly don't want to see that repeated.
Hey guys, drop AK. Drop AK. Hey guys.
Let's go.
Okay.
Throwing fire. Flashbang. Deploying flashbang.
All that said, the 9900K is still a beast and technically a better CPU than the Ryzen 7 2700X. Again, worlds worse in terms of value, but technically a better processor. So that being the case, it's not one of the worst CPUs released in 2018. If it was only as fast as the 2700X or slower, then sure, it certainly would have made this list. What probably should have made this list
Let's move out. Back. Let's go. flashbang.
Were a number of Z390 motherboards, in particular the budget models. We thought the entire point of the Z390 chipset was to signify that boards using it were 9900K ready and optimized for the 8-core CPU. In other words, they had a capable VRM with adequate cooling. With the exception of Gigabyte's lineup, this wasn't the case, and all other brands just rehashed their entry-level Z370 boards and improved margins. We saw horrible VRM throttling on all budget boards from MSI, ASRock, and ASUS, rendering them pretty much useless for the 8-core processor. Anyway, that is going to do it for this one. If you liked the video, well, you know what to do. If you disliked the video because you bought an Intel, AMD, or Nvidia product this year, then you also know what to do. And of course, if your opinions differ from mine in any way, then feel free to let me know about it in the comment section below. And finally, if you enjoyed this video, consider subscribing if you haven't already. And if you appreciate the work we do at Home Unbox, then consider supporting us on Patreon. Thanks for watching. I'm your host, Steve. See you again next time.
Lock and load. Flashbang. Deploying flashbang.
Hey there everyone, Spooferjock back after hiding for a millennium for a video for Vadim M. Did you know that Grand Theft Auto Vice City is booby-trapped with hidden anti-piracy measures? Yeah, that's right. Vice City has two layers of protection, copy protection and crack protection. As you may know, the copy protection is achieved by using a third-party solution, aka implementing Sony's famous Securom, which this version requires us to have the game disc in the tray in order to play the game. To prevent crackers from removing copy protection and making their pesky no-CD cracks, the developers sometimes implement an additional layer of protection, aka crack protection. It is hidden deep in the game code, and its main goal is to be sure that the copy protection is still present in it. If it sees that the copy protection is either modified or removed, then it activates some nasty game-breaking changes, and the keyword for Vice City is eventually. In other words, you'll experience things which normally would not occur in the normal version of the game unless a cracker found a way to disable or remove these sneaky anti-piracy measures. What if the cracker didn't notice them? Well, you get something like the third Spyro game on PlayStation.
Be careful. Let's all make it home tonight.
PlayStation. With missing eggs and broken game sequences, you can't even finish the game. A great example of when Rockstar Games use crack protection is Grand Theft Auto 4. From the very beginning, the game plays okay, but after 2 minutes, it starts to break and annoy you. The camera starts to shake and you can't even play the game for too long. Thanks to this additional layer of protection, Rockstar Games bought themselves at least 2 more days before it was fully cracked. If you want a video about it in Grand Theft Auto 4, be sure to let me know in the comments section below. But anyways, I guess it is safe to say that the crack protection in Vice City failed miserably. Why? Did you know that the game was cracked 3 days before the worldwide release by Fairlight and Gimps R Us? Well, we are still using these no CD cracks even today. By the way, we have a strange feeling that Gimps R Us used Fairlight's work. Pause the video to read more about it. But before we move on, I want to give a huge thanks to Firehead for finding these anti-piracy measures in the game code. He also managed to improperly crack the game, triggering these nasty booby traps left by Rockstar Games. What's more important, he was kind enough to document all these sneaky measures so I could show them to you. So, when you launch an improperly cracked version of the game, you would say that everything seems to be normal and there is nothing to worry about. You would be very wrong here, as the hidden anti-piracy measures are already activated in your game. Every single time when the game processes the mission cleanup opcode, which is always used at the end of every single scripted mission, there is a 25% chance that the game will activate permanent rain. When you pass or fail
Guys, kick me, please. Have fun.
Grab your gear,
Have
let's
fun.
go. Molotov. Grenade. Let's go. Cover this area. Affirmative. Negative. Yes. Throwing a grenade. Throwing fire. Fire in the hole. Throwing flashbang. Throwing flashbang.
Mission. Bad luck, Sonny Jim. Vice City will experience heavy rain for the rest of your playthrough. Make sure to have a raincoat ready. Fun fact, the fastest way to trigger it is to sit, for instance, in a taxi and bash the side mission button. Eventually the permanent rain will wreak its terror in this tropical paradise. This is a strange anti-piracy measure, but this changes the tone of the game's world. It kinda makes Vice City more drab and depressing, like Liberty City. Every single mission plays during these rainy days and you might feel a little bit depressed to see nothing but rain. The city lacks that amazing beach life now, no chances for getting a suntan, and no fun volleyball matches. Well kids, think twice. It's just another day for you and me in paradise. Well, thanks to that opcode, there is even a chance that you will start the game with permanent heavy rain. Enjoy your stay in Vice City. By the way, the game also saves the
Let's move out. scan.
Permanent rain in the save file. As you can see, it stays with you for good. But on the other hand, some missions can force the game to change the weather, so you should be safe from it for a while. Of course, you can change the weather with a cheat code, but I doubt that people would know the combination in the initial days after release. The next nasty booby trap is hidden in the save loading mechanism. If you load a save game where you played less than 40 minutes, then you'll get a ghost town because the loading mechanism removed all paths from the map. Yep, Vice City becomes a ghost town with no soul in sight, adding more to the drabness of the other anti-piracy trick. But at least you can find some parked cars around. No one will be around to judge you if you were to steal one. Interestingly enough, you can still spot these route buses. I guess the developers forgot to disable them as well, but honestly it looks creepy as these buses unleash these ped clones over and over again. The biggest question
cover this area. We will make them regret this day. Affirmative.
and I'm sure all of you are asking is, could you actually play the game with this in effect? Yes, you can. Everything that is spawned by the mission does appear around the city, but it would be a challenge to find a new car if you crashed your old one. Furthermore, the vendors also do spawn around the city because they are controlled by the script. On the other hand, side missions such as Rampages, Paramedic, Taxi, and Vigilante are broken as there are no peds around the city to do these missions right. Furthermore, if you visit, for instance, a mall, you will see that the peds are hiding here from that rain outside. With the conditions, you can complete a rampage if you go to these places, surprisingly. Oh, and yeah, if you trigger police attention in the police HQ, then you'll be able to at least have some fun in this town as they start to spawn and take you down. By the way, as soon as you save your game again with these measures activated, then you'll permanently ruin your save game. In other words, starting from this moment, these path changes are permanently saved in your save, and you'll have a permanent ghost town even if you continue to play on this save in a normal game.
Back at our attack. Let us go! You lead the way. Check in.
So, if you load a save game where you played less than 40 minutes, you'll get a ghost town. But, if you load a save where you played more than 40 minutes, then you'll be very disappointed to see that your game crashes. You played this free version for too long, Sonny Jim. Pay up or no progression for you. Do you know how they made it work? Well, the game counts frames throughout the game and stores a number in the save file. If the game sees that the save files have counted more than 72,000 frames, then the game will crash. Since the game plays in 30 frames per second, it will be about 40 minutes. It means that you can continue to play on the save game on a normal game and enjoy the game, unless you didn't save your game with a ghost town or with
What do you see?
the permanent rain like I talked about. The developers also decided to hide a booby trap in the sniper rifles, which transformed these useful weapons into toys. I mean, you can clearly hear a sound from shooting them, but the game will just make you shoot blanks. Heads around don't even care about it. If Tommy was never miserable before, he will be now after playing with an airsoft toy, which can change the size of the moon at the very least. Thanks to this measure, you won't be able to complete rampages involving sniper rifles. Honestly though, this isn't a real problem when compared to the next one. Well, the garages got screwed. There is a check which counts to 35 minutes, and when it reaches this number, the game disables all garages in the whole game. The player won't even be able to use these places in their current playthrough anymore. Pay and spray will remain open, refusing to recolor your trash heap of a vehicle. Your safe house won't even let you get or store your sweet rides. In other words, you can forget about these places.
Planted. Bomb has been planted. That makes 3 left.
Interestingly enough, I managed to find an interesting glitch involving this measure. If you use a paint and spray while the game disables these places, you'll be stuck in it, and the only way to get out of there is to use the I can't take it anymore cheat, which perfectly describes the situation Tommy is dealing with here.
It's a dogfight. Yes. No.
As soon as you try to respray your junky scrap heap in another place, the camera will fly away, and yet again, you won't have a choice but to use that cheat code again. I imagine Rockstar didn't even predict that this thing could happen. If you are still trying to enjoy this broken game and you still don't want to buy it, hold on your butts, be prepared to be fooled again, because the developers left a sneaky booby trap in the police roadblock. As soon as you get a 3-star wanted level, the game will start to spawn roadblocks. As soon as the first roadblock appears around the map, you'll notice that every single icon on your radar disappears. Heck, your location with the arrow is gone too. Of course, sometimes roadblocks are spawned off screen, so you'll never know why this thing has happened to you. You might think to check the map to see what is ahead. Welp, it is just as empty as Rockstar's plans for Grand Theft Auto 5 single-player content. Don't look at that legend, because that is a blank as well. Rockstar knows how to annoy beyond ridiculous missions in their games, it seems. Starting from this moment, the game will be harder than it should be. A new player would never know where to go, lurking around the map in the vain hope to find at least a marker. Of course, you can still play missions, but it would be frustrating. With very little in the way of directions, you won't be able to get very far. What about looking at your stats and progression? That will not be happening anytime soon, as the menu will be blank for all.
going to do this. Let's go. Fog. 3 men left. Watch out, sniper! Terrorists win. We have done it.
All the pirates. Fun fact, you can still use an S button to save and view your stats in a browser or in a text editor. Heck, this is the first time I used this option. Thanks, Rockstar. Well, time to talk about the ultimate trap, the big one, the one that trumps them all. There is a 12.5% chance that the fire truck, which is spawned by the game to extinguish fires on the streets, will disable all in-game pickups around the map. So as you can see, the save pickup is still working in my game, so let's throw some garbage and trigger these firefighters. Okay, they arrived, so let's check that save pickup. As you can see, it doesn't work anymore, and I actually wasted about 30 minutes to achieve this. It means that starting from this point, you won't be able to save your game, but do you really want to do it? Lower your wanted level with a bribe, collect hidden packages, buy properties, play rampages, get various weapons, armor, and do a few more things. On the other hand, you are still able to pick up money. Yeah, because you'll need it if you cannot get weapon pickups. Sometimes the money will start to glow in a blue color, and very rarely you will see that you picked up the police bribe. But the question remains, can you still play the missions with these crazy measures? Actually, yes. Everything which is spawned by the mission can be consumed, so there is no problem to continue playing the game if you are still doing it. Yes, it will still be a challenge, but come on now, is it much of a surprise it will be challenging? But anyways, you need to be lucky to trigger these measures, because 12.5% is still a small chance. So, the main question remains, can you complete the game with these anti-piracy measures? Technically yes, but I will say no for some special reasons. The problem is, you won't be able to complete the Copland and Sir Yes Sir missions, because by that time the garages probably won't be working anymore. Of course, there are more ways for you to be stuck in the game, but for the most part it depends on your luck with the triggers. Of course it sucks when you can't save your game, but you can always leave your PC in sleep mode and pray to Lord Xenu that it will not crash while doing so. But playing with heavy rain, having no radar, no garages, and maybe having no pickups or even experiencing a ghost town will make Vice City a miserable experience, and not the fantastic experience it should be. As you can see, Rockstar Games tried their best to hide these booby traps in the code, so a cracker would waste some time figuring out what causes the game to break, if only he or she managed to notice it. If not, the player would blame crackers for a bad release and run in stores to buy the licensed product. But in reality, the game was cracked 3 days before the official PC release by crackers outsmarting Rockstar Games. Thanks to that, we didn't even know about these genius anti-piracy measures in Vice City, because the crackers dealt with them and flushed all of Rockstar Games' work down the toilet. No wonder why they went berserk with their Grand Theft Auto 4 release on PC, which you can't even play properly when cracked wrong. I wonder if these measures are left in Grand Theft Auto 3 or San Andreas. Time will tell. That is all for today's video. If you want to see more content like this, subscribe to this channel.
Hello folks, my name is Swegta and I'll be serving the role as narrator for this video. Today we are gonna have a look at the unique cuts and changes which Rockstar Games had to do to get an MA 15+ rating to sell their game in Australia. So, without any further ado, let's get straight to the backstory. When GTA 4 was still in heavy development, a lot of Australian gamers were quite anxious about the upcoming release, wondering if the game was gonna be censored in their region. Thankfully for them, a gaming website, that'd be PAL Gaming Network, decided to ask this question directly to Rockstar. And Rockstar Games provided the response that GTA 4 will be fully uncut in Australia, adding that, quote, "No GTA has been censored since Vice City." However, 2 months following this, Rockstar Games contradicted their previous statement. One of the spokespeople for Rockstar Games revealed that the company had indeed produced a special version of GTA 4 to comply with the Australian classification system, which, by the way, currently does not contain an 18+ rating. And for whatever reason, Rockstar Games declined to reveal what material had been cut from the game. Now, after the game was released, one of Kotaku's readers by the name of Mick went to the trouble of comparing the censored Australian GTA 4 version with an uncut copy to find the differences. Thanks to him, we have a list of changes since 2008. So, let's dive into the differences. The first cut will be no surprise to a lot of you watching, as it involves our beloved Ladies of the Night. To remind you, in the uncut version of the game, we can pick them up during night and then drive them somewhere dark. And then, well, you know, select a desired service from the 3 different options you have available at 3 different prices. And then just enjoy the show, if you enjoy that kind of thing. Now, in the Australian version of the game, it is still possible to pick up ladies during night. However, when you found a perfect dark alleyway, the game simply won't let you choose a service. The lady will start doing her job without even asking you for confirmation, taking away from you 70 in-game dollars. This means that the Australian gamers only have the 3rd service to pick in the uncut version of the game. In my honest opinion, this was a bad implementation of the cut, because if you're trying to park your car, you will notice that she can take away your money multiple times. And it's simply because the game thought that this might be the right time to initiate the script. And the second thing you'll notice here is that the camera is fixed somewhere behind the vehicle, and you can't even move it, prohibiting you to see the action. On the other hand, there is an interesting bug which allows you to see what is going on inside of the car, and sadly for some, this is nothing interesting as the animations were all disabled in the code. They just kinda sit there and do absolutely nothing at all apart from talking. Well, Rockstar Games did prepare themselves for this.
We must move.
Fun fact, this Australian cut of the game reminds us of how this feature looked in GTA San Andreas. But at least there you could rotate the camera. I guess you could call it a reference, but it's more of a downgrade in my opinion. Now the second change is a bit more surprising, and I say that because they yanked out a few blood effects in the game. In the Australian version, no blood pools appear beneath dead pets after eliminating them. But then, on the other hand, other blood effects such as
We must work together. Throw in the flashbang. I'm planting the bomb.
A splatter remain untouched. Moreover, it is actually impossible to make bloody footprints by stepping on the blood in the Australian cut version of the game. No matter what you do, you won't see them on the surface. But then, again, on the other hand, you can still make bloody tire tracks by driving through the blood in the Australian.
Let's go, let's go! Throw in a flashback! Smoke! There's the bomb. We must win. Flashbang! Flashbang! I'm planting. Molotov! Bomb has been planted. Grenade!
Idiots, why you plant bomb on B? Plant bomb on A, idiots. So fucking retarded.
Let's go, my brother! I'm throwing a flashbang. I'm throwing a grenade! Smoke!
Give me bomb. Give me bomb, Queen.
I'm throwing a flashbang. Now is the time. We've dropped the bomb.
version of the game, which is kind of a surprise and doesn't make a whole lot of sense. But then again, who said censorship ever made any sense? And finally, when Nico or other NPCs are injured, light blood patches or wounds are not gonna appear on their bodies. Instead, their models remain clean no matter how many bullets you shoot into them. And that's pretty much all the changes. It seems like Mick found them all himself and I could not find anything new. As the Australian Classification Board went on to say, GTA 4 was edited and modified by the makers before it was even offered a censorship rating in Australia. So, it turns out that Rockstar were pretty paranoid and tried to protect themselves by initially submitting a modified version to the Classification Board to keep things on schedule, and to avoid delays, blaming an absence on an 18+ rating in Australia. A little bit later following this, they changed their mind and submitted an uncut PC version of GTA 4 in November 2008 to the Australian Classification Board. And you know what? It passed, with an MA 15+ rating without any
No more talking. Now we fight! Throwing smoke! Throwing a flashbang!
idiots, you always go on B and die. Go plant an A. Why you so fucking retard?
This is what we have been working for. Grenade! Grenade out! Let's throw in the flashbang. Throw in the flashbang! Flashbang!
Issues. Starting from this moment, every single GTA 4 expansion pack in this region was released uncut. The GTA 4 release on Xbox 360 and PS3 later received a title update, which removed all of these silly cuts from the game once and for all. So, I hope Rockstar Games learned their lesson. If you want to find more about this release, then feel free to pause the video. If you're a fan of Bully and you want to see some Bully videos, then I'd recommend checking out my channel, link down below. Anyway, that's it for this video. You folks, as always.
Today we're reviewing the NVIDIA Titan RTX for overclocking, gaming, thermals, and some acoustic performance, looking at the first of the two cards in the lab. We have a third card that just arrived to trade off for one of our defective units, which was stuck to 1350 megahertz as you
Together we can do this. Let's throw in a grenade. Let's throw in the flashbang. Throw in the flashbang.
saw in another video. So we'll be looking at SLI after this. The Titan RTX costs $2,500, outbidding the RTX 2080 Ti by about 2 times and being about $500 cheaper than the previous Titan V flagship in this class. It also only enables an additional 4 streaming multiprocessors with 4 more SMs and 256 more lanes. There's not much performance to be gained in gaming scenarios from that change, so the big gains are in memory. bound applications, as the Titan RTX has 24 gigabytes of GDDR6, a marked climb from the 11 gigabytes on an RTX 2080 Ti. Today, though, we are going to focus on overclocking, power, thermals, and gaming.
This is our fight. Smoke! Throw in smoke! Let's throw the flashbang.
And then we'll look into production applications later. Before that, this video is brought to you by us and the Gamers Nexus store. You can go to store.gamersnexus.net to pick up one of our ceramic mugs, critically acclaimed mod mats, or educational video card teardown and PCB anatomy posters that teach the names and placements of all the key PCB components. Learn more at store.gamersnexus.net or click the link below. Getting into these really briefly then, as noted in the intro, the 24GB frame buffers, it's something that benefits Adobe Premiere, for example, where when we edit our charts, the charts that you see in this video that are lines over time.
Grab your gear, let's go. Go, people. Throwing flashbang. Fire in the hole. Flashbang. Throwing flashbang. Let's move out.
Those eat a ton of memory the way that we do them, and because it's all CUDA accelerated playback, it happens to fall on the GPU. And so there are times where we'll hit maximum memory allowance on the card, 11 gigabytes or whatever it may be, and run into issues. So this is something that would maybe help in those scenarios. It's also something that would help in Blender, for example.
flashbang. Throwing flashbang. Fire in the hole.
Where if you're doing Blender, one of the best reasons to not use CUDA acceleration in Blender is if you run out of memory on the GPU. If you have a project that is particularly intensive on memory, and we've had them because our lead video editor does Blender animations for us as well, sometimes we have to push to the CPU because you can fit more memory there given the way CPU and memory configurations work. So those would be the reasons why you would want something like this as opposed to a 2080 Ti. And we're going to put off production testing until RTX is fully enabled in applications like Blender or V-Ray or whatever else there may be out there. Once they're fully enabled and RTX actually does something unique in those applications, we'll go through the testing. But today we are going to demonstrate gaming performance, which is more or less talking to the users who take the I just want the best approach, because you should still know what you're getting. So we've got SLI 2080 Ti's in here. NVLink is SLI. It's still using AFR. And we're testing that versus the Titan RTX. We have every other device that's come out this year. There are a few notes, a few places where things have been retested because Far Cry, for example, had some regression on performance. But we'll talk about that when we get to it. Other than that, we had one device stuck at 1350 megahertz. We just had an NVIDIA rep visit us locally. Fortunately, one is in the area, and we traded him our 1350 megahertz unit so they can try and diagnose it, get to the bottom of the issue, and we took a new one that's working fine, and we'll continue with our SLI testing from there. So you're really paying for memory here, and that memory is best applied towards things that honestly we're not testing today. But there's still a lot of people who want to buy these things for gaming, and hopefully this will help those people figure out if it actually makes sense for you. So let's get into it. Overclock stepping comes up first. You'll need to know this information to go with our gaming benchmarks later on. The Titan RTX overclocking process follows the same steps as the 2080 Ti and becomes instantly throttled by its cooler under the out-of-the-box fan configuration built into vBIOS for the fan curves. Under complete stock settings, we saw an average frequency of about 1800 megahertz on times by extreme with a 1920 megahertz peak frequency. Power measured about 280 watts via GPU-Z, but we have separate power measurements later for some hardware measurements. The fan seems to stick around 1515 RPM to maintain a thermal target of 75 degrees in this configuration. Maximum power target offset is only 14% extra, so 114% total, leaving us with a limited amount of room to increase performance. In fact, you'd have more room with some of the high-end overclocking 2080 Ti's. And just a small side note here, percentage is a percentage of a baseline. So if a card is 114 and another one's 125%, they could actually be the same wattage, like the same maximum power in watts with different percentages. Keep that in mind. But anyway, we ended up at 1830 megahertz average, up 30 megahertz, and that's without any core frequency offsets. We were also instantly throttling at 88 degrees, causing the clock to bounce around between 1780 megahertz and 1850 megahertz once we started actually applying offsets, like plus 100 to core, for example. We just started throttling. A few steps later, we blasted the fan speed to 3700 RPM, which we can highlight, and that's the maximum speed. And we saw performance uplift in a significant fashion, or at least a frequency uplift. Maximum frequency was 2085 when around 62 degrees Celsius, and finding a resting point at 2040 megahertz peak under 66 degrees was where we sat for the core. The trouble is that, just like the previous RTX cards, we become bound by an overprotective power target and voltage limitations, and then to some degree cooler limitations if you want better noise levels. We might try and mod VBIOS to see if we can surpass this, or might just rip one of the shunt resistors off the board and do Buildroids mod, but stay tuned for that. Anyway, that's our overclock settings for the tests. Overclocking is pretty limited on this one, and that's entirely because of the power limit. And GBZ was reading power draw at 330 watts when overclocked, but the VRM can handle far more than this, as our 2080 Ti reference PCB analysis demonstrates, and this is the same PCB as that. It's the same card Buildroid analyzed for the 2080 Ti FE launch. Moving on to game benchmarking next. Our game benchmarks will start with Sniper Elite 4, which is one of the best built games with a modern API. Using DirectX 12 async compute and 4K high settings, the NVIDIA Titan RTX ends up at 112 FPS average, with lows at 90 FPS and 87 FPS, 0.1% low respectively. For comparison, 1080 Ti's and SLI do about 170 FPS average, or SLI 2080 Ti's do 210 FPS average. We also observed the 2080 Ti at about 180 FPS average, establishing a difference of about 4 FPS, or if you want to do it this way, 8.96 milliseconds average frame times for the Titan versus 9.2 milliseconds for the 2080 Ti. We can't think of many humans, if any, who can identify a 240 microsecond difference in frame-to-frame interval. Overclocking the Titan RTX to about...
I need help. Could use some help. Watch out, sniper.
Hello guys.
outside, guys.
.2040 megahertz core gets it to 126 FPS average, outperforming the overclocked 2080 Ti by about 3%. The next thing we need to test is NVLink Titan RTXs, which we'll work on immediately after this, though. See our other video for why we got delayed, because one was stuck at 1350 megahertz. Here's a look at frame times between the stock Titan RTX and stock 2080 Ti cards. As a reminder, frame times are the most accurate representation of frame-to-frame pacing, or the interval of time from one frame to the next. It's also the best way to objectively illustrate the raw experience.
Go, go, go.
What the fuck, guys?
What the fuck, guys?
Grenade out. Throwing flashbang. Deploying flashbang.
Right.
Let's go.
What the fuck? Stop.
What the fuck, guys?
Fire in the hole. Throwing a grenade. Flashbang. Flashbang. Deploying flashbang.
Without averaging. Both cards perform roughly the same. Lower is better and more consistent is best, but these cards are both low in frame time and consistent in frame time. NVIDIA has done well with frame time consistency and pacing for this generation for the most part, and neither of these cards experience a noteworthy frame time spike or hang. It would be difficult to tell the two apart. For reference, 16.667 milliseconds is 60 FPS, with 8 milliseconds at about 120 FPS. What we care about here is that there's never more than an 8 millisecond to 12 millisecond deviation from the mean, so the user is unlikely to detect any hitching or interruption of fluidity. Some people call this smoothness. Overclocking the Titan RTX introduces more frame time variance, as you'll see in this line plot, but nothing severe. Regularly hitting 3 millisecond frame time increases over baseline, from 7 to 10 in some cases, but this is still relatively fluid and basically unnoticeable to the user.
Let's go, let's go. Laying down smoke. Grenade. Fire in the hole. Throwing a grenade. Flashbang. Deploying flashbang.
Shit, sorry.
Throwing flashbang.
Planting. Oh no. Low HP, low HP. You can go. Oh, nice try.
Move it, move it. Grenade. Throwing flashbang. Throwing fire. Flashbang. Got the bomb.
F1 2018 gives us a look at the Ego engine with DirectX 11, moving back to the more widespread API and away from the shining example of DX12, that is Sniper Elite 4. For F1 2018 at 4K and ultra high, we're clearly GPU bound with high ceilings set by the CPU. In our CPU reviews, you'll see FPS as high as 300 with the right CPU, so this is a good means to really test the limits of the GPU and avoid limiting influence from the CPU. This further is illustrated by the SLI 20.
我已经可以不看。
Go, go, go. Fire in the hole. Grenade out. Flashbang.
Counter-terrorists win.
Grab your gear, let's go. Laying down smoke. Throwing a grenade. There's left. One guy left.
Counter-terrorists win.
Lock and load. Smoke. spotted the bomb kit. Fire in the hole. Throwing flashbang. Terrorists win. Let's go. Grenade. Throwing a grenade. Deploying flashbang. Flashbang. Terrorists win. Let's go. Throwing fire. Deploying flashbang.
Ti is at 169 FPS average, clearly pulling away from the rest of the pack. As for the Titan RTX, that ends up at 110 FPS average stock, placing it just ahead of the 2080 Ti FE's 99 FPS average, or the 2080 Ti XE Ultra's 105 FPS average. Maximally, the gap is no greater than 10%, and that reduces to about 5% with the AIB partner model 2080 Ti. Overclocking the Titan gets it to 118 FPS average, just ahead of the overclocked 2080 Ti FE at 114 FPS average. At 1440p, the overclocked Titan RTX runs at 185 FPS average and with lows at 87 FPS 1%, putting it just above the 2080 Ti FE hybrid overclock card by about 3%. The Titan RTX card hits 175 FPS average when stock, sandwiching it between the overclocked 2080 Ti and stock 2080 Ti XE Ultra at 170 FPS average, or stock for the 2080 Ti FE at 160 FPS average. Differences are minimal, which is probably expected when considering that the Titan RTX only adds 4 SMs to the GPU, moving to 72 SMs from 68 SMs, so the lack in performance makes sense. The VRAM doesn't really help in games, which is something.
Grab your gear, let's go. Two guys left.
Origin, fuck you, Origin.
Fucking idiot hacker.
Move it, move it. Throwing flashbang. Deploying flashbang. Throwing flashbang. We're clear. I see the bomb carrier.
Something we all pretty much knew at this point anyway. At 1080p, we clearly slam into a bottleneck at about 213 FPS average. This is becoming CPU bound as a scenario, and so the results here are relatively meaningless. All we learn is that the CPU can't keep up with these cards at 1080p. No big surprise there. Shadow of the Tomb Raider is a DirectX 12 title that's still relatively recent. For this one, note that the SLI tests were conducted without anti-aliasing as TAA caused.
Let's go. Flashbang. I'm staying here. All clear. That makes 2 left. That makes 1 left. Terrorists win. Be careful. Let's all make it home tonight. Grenade out. Throwing flashbang. Molotov. Area secure. Throwing smoke. I think I heard something. Carrier spotted. Terrorists win.
Go door.
What is happening? Clear. I'm planted. Bomb has been planted. I think I heard something.
This is planted on B. Planted on B. Behind the silo. Nice.
The bomb is ticking down.
White plant, white.
Origin is cheating 5v3 and is still losing.
Throw in the decoy. What do you see? Clear. Sniper! They're down to 2. Only one left. Terrorists win.
Oh yeah.
Together we can do this. I'm throwing a grenade. All clear. Whoa!
Go on, you guys. Oh, it's one thing on B.
You playing this?
It is going to explode. Checking our start point. Activating the bomb. Bomb has been planted. That makes 2. not stop us now. Flashbang! We have destroyed them!
Issues with AFR, or alternate frame rendering, as a result of the lack of previous frame data between the cards. The Titan RTX ends up at 72 FPS average for stock performance, which isn't much better than the 2080 Ti FE's 67 FPS average. The 7.6% uplift here is undesirable in the face of a 100% price increase, but note again that the bigger reason to buy this card is for its VRAM increase, not for any other reason. That'll most likely benefit non-gaming applications. Overclocking the Titan RTX puts it at 78 FPS average, which is about the same as overclocking a 2080 Ti card, although our 2080 Ti was able to push higher in core clock. This is part silicon lottery and likely part thermal density as well. At 1440p, the Titan RTX runs at 119 FPS average stock, which is functionally tied with the 2080 Ti FE, unconstrained thermally by way of the hybrid mod. The 2080 Ti XE Ultra sits at 116 FPS average, with the FE at 114 FPS average. Overclocking puts the 2080 Ti in the lead due to higher clocks, again, with the Titan RTX just behind it around 128 to 130 FPS average, not far from margin of error. At 1080p, the cards still show scaling and haven't run into a hard limit yet, but we do see the Titan RTX and 2080 Ti XE Ultra, and 2080 Ti FE for that matter, are all about the same performance level. There's functionally no difference between these devices. GTA 5 gives us an interesting spin on results. For this one, tested first at 4K, the Titan RTX runs at 93 FPS average, outperforming both the stock and overclocked 2080 Ti FE card. The 2080 Ti XE Ultra ends up at 88 FPS average and would surpass the Titan RTX with an overclock, but overclocking the Titan RTX gets it to 98 FPS average, still outperformed by the dual GPU classes above it. Although the Titan card looks better here than in some games, it is still clearly not worthwhile for purely gaming use cases. It can do them just fine, the best in fact, but if you're only gaming, there's not a lot of value for you. At 1440p, the Titan RTX ends up near the top at 156 FPS average, where we're beginning to become bound by the game engine. This engine frame caps at 187.5 FPS, making it impossible to see how much more headroom there is for the SLI cards, as an example. Still, the Titan RTX card stock ranks about even with an RTX 2080 Ti when overclocked, establishing no meaningful difference. We have 1080p results, we'll put them on the screen, but it's CPU bound to a point that everything becomes equal. There's nothing to learn here, so let's move on. Some recent game updates made it apparent that it was worth retesting in Far Cry 5, so we reran the 2080 Ti FE numbers for this one. The Titan RTX ends up at 70 FPS average, with the overclocked variant gaining 5% performance to 73 FPS average. The 2080 Ti retested lower than its original results from a few months ago, placing instead at 66 FPS average, with the XE Ultra also tested freshly at 67 FPS average. The Titan RTX ends up ahead at about 6 to 7% of a lead when all are retested on these drivers and with this newest game update. Something here seemed to affect the performance of the 2080 Ti. So Titan RTX does end up in the lead, although original testing would have put the 2080 Ti in the lead. It's just that's no longer the case with the current game version and other updates. When both are stock, 1440p scaling places the Titan RTX as 4.9% ahead of the 2080 Ti FE. Scaling reduces as resolution reduces here, and our original 2080 Ti results would have us at around 126 FPS average, although the new drivers and game update have impacted scoring, and that's why we reran it. We also reran the 2080 Ti for all the other tests that you saw in here, but those results didn't really seem to change. So Far Cry 5, for whatever reason, got the biggest change, and that's probably because of game updates. 1080p equalizes results. We are becoming CPU bound here, so all the top results are within reasonable margin of error and are capped by the CPU. For power consumption testing, we're testing between the wall and the system for total system draw. The test platform is 100% controlled, including control over all minor voltage rails on the motherboard, the fan quantity, the speed, the type, and the keyboard and mouse even, and every single other part in the system. Power supply, of course, is also controlled. Failure to control even some of the voltages in the motherboard and leaving them auto, like for the smaller voltages that you typically would overlook in a normal system, can throw off these readings and leave them inaccurate in sometimes significant ways. So we control all of that stuff very heavily. We're also logging over time so that you can see a proper look that includes peaks and lows rather than an averaged sum for the test. This chart is with the ashes of the singularity escalation under a 4K crazy workload, giving us a real gaming workload to look at power consumption. This pushes the GPU pretty hard, just about to the limits. Running the Titan RTX card, our total system power consumption peaks at 480 watts, outdrawing the 2080 Ti FE system by an additional 24 watts. The only thing that outdrew the Titan RTX card was our heavily modded Vega 56 contraption, which used a 250% power target to blast power way past the stock allowance, putting that total system power draw at around 640 watts peak. Vega 56 is typically closer to 350 watts for total system draw, but the Titan RTX card, as far as stock operating cards, is heavier in terms of power requirements than the 2080 Ti FE, although not by that much, but an additional 24 watts is something to keep in mind. And a lot of that is probably from the additional memory too, because it is driving a little over 2 times the amount of memory as on the 2080 Ti. Thermal testing puts the Titan RTX under load with either thermocouples are attached to a hotspot GDDR6 module and a hotspot MOSFET. Both are in the center of the rest of the SSDs in the area. GPU-Z is used for logging the rest of Beta64 for additional validation. For our power virus workload, we monitored a maximum GPU temperature and firmware of about 80 degrees Celsius with the hottest GDDR6 module at 76 degrees. It wasn't logged compared to 50. The MOSFET was running at around 80 degrees, and GPU temperature here is warm, definitely, and it will impact frequency. We already know that frequency steps incrementally architectures, so to be in the 80s for the stock cooler is unimpressive, but also expected. This becomes more of a problem for anyone stacking multiple. You no longer have the argument of being a blower device that can get rid of all that heat. You're going to have one fan at least that is sandwiched in a very hot area with a point of concern for you. As for the VRAM temperature, it's completely fine for one device in an open vent. 90 to 95 degrees is MOSFET can take 125 to 150 degrees, so both are within operating setting. And even if you put it in a case, it'll be fine. It's just once you start stacking multiple devices, you have to keep an eye out. With Firestrike endurance testing, we saw frequencies start at about 1935 megahertz when at 40 degrees, then drop to about 1830 megahertz to 1845 megahertz, and fluctuate based upon core temperature. The temperature seems to hit about 84 degrees before it lightly throttles down the clock and hits 80 degrees and tries to stay there overall. This is the final chart for the review. Noise for the Titan RTX runs a 33.9 dBA level when set to 41% speed, which is the slowest possible. That's much louder than most other partner models under idle conditions or low speed conditions. At the average fan speed of 60%, we're at 42.9 dBA. Going to 100% pushes us to 58 dBA. Expect on average to be at around 43 dBA for most use cases. This card is acoustically outperformed by board partners, but unfortunately no board partner Titan RTX cards will exist. That said, you can stick a water block on this or a reference 2080 Ti card cooler on it, for instance, because it's the same PCB. So that's the review for the Titan RTX as it stands for gaming and overclocking. We're going to take this further for overclocking, so you'll want to check back soon for that. Make sure you subscribe because it will start getting crazy with these devices. The cool thing with these, they have RTX 2080 Ti FE PCBs. That means that really, as I have 99% certainty, that 2080 Ti water blocks will work on these unmodified. So it's the same PCB, it's the same GPU, there's really no reason it shouldn't work. As far as we're aware, there's not a single component that's different. So you could take a water block for a 2080 Ti that already exists, throw it on a Titan RTX, and it should make for some really fun content, which we'll do separately. Now, that's performance-oriented. It's more of a drag race at that point than a functional or practical look at the device, but it can teach us a few things about overclocking and how the architecture in Turing scales, so you'll want to check back for that. But as for whether you should buy it, well, it's pretty straightforward, really. If you're just playing games, then the answer is no, because you can get two 2080 Ti's for the price of one of these, and we don't necessarily recommend that either, but if you're spending that much, I don't know, it's just there's really no performance to be had. Now, we didn't see performance regression. We did originally in Far Cry 5 until we reran the 2080 Ti, and then we reran it in every other game just for certainty. Results in every other game, pretty much the same. But Far Cry 5, we saw a performance regression where FPS fell down a bit, as I don't know, like 8 FPS or something off the top. So that impacts the performance, but the Titan RTX remained in the lead by a bit. It's like 3 to 7% on average, depending on the
Combi.
We will make them regret this day.
Пиздец, бля, я просто разминки не играл. И меня выкинули из-за этого. Лол.
B. Low HP.
game, and that's just not exciting. But to be fair to NVIDIA, they haven't marketed this as an extreme gamer card. So this really just goes out to people who are thinking of buying Titan RTX for gaming because it costs the most and is therefore the best. If you see this video, then save yourself the money, get a step down, put that money towards anything else, like literally anything else in the system.
I'm throwing a flashbang.
Ну чё, пацаны, начнем выигрывать? Я вернулся.
Да, давайте начнем выигрывать, а то мы как что-то обсираем уже.
Ну я АВП купил, сейчас начнем еще лучше сделать.
Что?
Я говорю, сейчас вот это выиграем. Воу, пацаны, вы видели это?
Я лично не видел, но я верю, что там читеры есть. Ой.
Это я почти убил двоих. Я просто одному в голову дал, а второго просто... Я еще ему в голову через стенку дал, а того, не знаю, как убил, я не знаю. Это было просто нечто, пацаны. Я купил, я тащу, вау.
Красавчик.
Бля.
Let's go, my brother.
Ну, я думаю, правильно будет идти второй раз туда. Изи, пацаны, изи.
Погнали.
Здесь неудобно. Сейчас стойте, я сучек сменю.
Давайте сейчас друзья добавлю.
Меня?
Да.
Как хочешь. следите по...
Я сказал, что у него хп.
Панда, спой свою песню. Там, сука, вот это, это. Вот я взял свой сейчас стульчик и я чувствую себя очень комфортно. А так я на кухонном столе только что сидел, ой, столе, говорю, стуле.
Не, Настя, сидишь такой на столе, такой, ну блин.
Сейчас на минуточку, я вот эту запись начну этой игры.
Они через А решили идти, через барабан. Посмотри, как они классно легли, чувак. Я флешечку кину. Maybe он...
Or just keep it. There's nothing wrong with that either. So we're really, really hoping to...
This is what we have been working for. Decoy. I'm throwing a flashbang. I'm throwing a grenade. Throwing smoke. Someone must recover the bomb.
Look at these from a production standpoint. We recently did a video by Rob Williams, contributor here, workstation contributor, on workstation GPU performance. You can check that out. It's about a month ago. We're hoping to revamp that kind of approach with some of these higher end art.
Так, запись пошла нахуй. Скажи привет.
Ты что, блогер, что ли, да?
Да не, я просто снимаю для себя, чтобы пацанам показывать.
Да, привет. Это видео, да? Или нет?
Да, это видео. Видео. Видео.
А ты на какой?
Чё? До какого звания хотят перебраться?
Короче, да.
До колодца хочу.
30 кило. Да-да-да, они идут оттуда. Ну, бачишь. Найс, что ты там раздаешь? Ты же читер, что ли? Что у тебя за ВП?
RTX devices, so you'll get a production look at it. It's just that's going to take some time because it's a different pipeline and we're waiting on software updates. So check back for that once it's time. Otherwise, thank you for watching. As always, subscribe for more. Go to store.gamersnexus.net to pick up one of our products like the shirt I'm wearing today, or
Ага. Ну мы по-любому ливнем.
Что состав?
Ну, в чате пишет чел, да, не ливайте, пожалуйста, пацаны, я не умею играть. А у тебя какая звезда?
У меня первая.
Нормально.
Должна была быть третья, собралась. Я увидел. Идет оттуда.
Video card component teardown poster, which is behind the disappointment shirt back there. You can go to patreon.com/gamersnexus, helps out there as well. Thank you for watching. I'll see you all next time.
Intel's dominance over the CPU market is under serious threat from AMD in both the server business and the client desktop sector. To fight AMD, Intel has put together a dream team to not only maintain its dominant position in CPUs, but also go after the lucrative GPU market. After years of stagnation, the tech giant is finally releasing a new architecture to replace Skylake, and is banking heavily on the delayed 10nm node shrink to remain competitive. The laptop market, however, has been a haven for Intel, be it with Apple machines, thin and light portables and transforming hybrids, or even with heavy-duty gaming bricks. Intel rules the laptop market undisputed, and at least here, AMD doesn't seem to present much of a threat. Yet. But there is another kid on the laptop block, ARM. And for the companies using ARM, the laptop is the Trojan horse, because their eyes are set on bigger things. The first ARM-based product was developed by the UK-based Acorn Computers in the early 80s. It was a co-processor to be used in the popular BBC microcomputer. After the tape-out...
Чё, один раунд подали, это нормально. Мы подались.
Не, на самом деле ты не виноват. Как он писал в чате, я не умею играть, все. Он не умеет играть, это его вина, не наша.
ARM received its first CPU back from the Silicon Foundry and began testing it. When testing for power draw, the chip was connected to a power supply with an ammeter in between the two. Although Acorn was expecting the chip to be low power, they did not expect what followed. The CPU was running, but the ammeter read 0. It turned out they had forgotten to connect the CPU to the power supply, and yet the chip was still running. Astonishingly, the ARM chip was so low power that it was running through the signal inputs of the test board. It was drawing 1/10 of a watt. Although in 1984 ARM's low-power design had no significant advantages, it later became one of the keys to the success of the platform with the release of the Apple Newton, which used an ARM CPU. And just like today, back in those days, having Apple as your customer meant credibility with the rest of the industry. And even though the Newton was a commercial failure, ARM had established themselves as the go-to.
Почему я покупаю все это время, но люблю на АК играть?
Я взял Мак 10, если вообще ни разу не играл. Ну как ни разу.
Выберите Мак 10.
Ничего.
Так идемте там, иди сюда ко мне, делай. А, сука.
Уже закончилось время. Смотри, чекай, смотри, как надо играть. Смотри.
Company for low-power chips, and soon after they would be powering the mobile phones of the largest mobile manufacturer of the 90s, Nokia. Historically, chip manufacturers and designers such as Intel, AMD, and Nvidia have always touted the increased number of transistors as a benchmark for improvements in performance. ARM, on the other hand, puts efficiency as the top priority for their designs and achieves similar or even greater performance as their competitors, but with less transistors. Less transistors means less switching activity in each clock cycle and therefore less power required. Nowadays, ARM Holdings doesn't manufacture CPUs anymore or even design them. They designed a CPU.
Прочитал.
Да.
Да. Пацаны, кикните, пожалуйста. Пожалуйста, кикните, пожалуйста.
Чё?
Кикни, пожалуйста, мне надо бежать просто. Если меня сейчас забанят, у меня будет на 2 недели бан.
Cores, which they license to third parties like Apple, Qualcomm, or even Nvidia, who then use them to create their own ARM-based CPUs, adding other components as needed. Nvidia's Tegra chips used in the Shield or the Nintendo Switch, or Apple's iPhones and iPads all use ARM. Chances are you probably have a device with you right now that has an ARM-based SoC in it. But ARM is also an architecture, and the way it works is closely tied to how the ARM cores work. Where Intel and AMD use the CISC-based x86 architecture, ARM uses a RISC-based architecture. What this means in practical terms is that x86 software, like your games, don't work directly on the ARM architecture. So for a program that you use in Windows to work on an ARM chip, it needs to either be recompiled to the native ARM architecture, or it will need to run on an x86 emulator. Now, I imagine that the vast majority of you watching this see ARM products as great for mobile phones and tablets, but not really relevant for us enthusiasts. We care mostly about performance. Our CPUs run on uninterrupted power after all, not on batteries, so why should we care about ARM? I'll tell you why. Because there are 3 gigantic corporations who are doing everything they can to make ARM the main architecture for PCs: Qualcomm, Microsoft, and Apple. And with these big boys comes better software support and more powerful ARM-based hardware than what we're used to seeing on mobile phones. Before we take a look at some benchmarks and performance numbers, we should ask ourselves, why on earth is Microsoft and Apple pushing ARM so aggressively? If x86 processors work fine, why change? Sure.
Можешь кикнуть Андрея? Ты... Кикни Андрея. Панда. Панда. Кикни Андрея.
Oh, there's the battery advantages for mobile devices, but what about performance? Not to mention that both AMD and Intel are promising some incredible x86 products.
Kick please. F1. No. He's off a key. No, please, kick.
For 2019, so why take on the massive amount of work of translating all of our software from x86 to ARM? There are several reasons as to why the 2 largest providers of software want to switch to ARM, and some are common to both Microsoft and Apple. For Microsoft, the Windows experience on cheaper mobile devices has traditionally been poor, especially from the Windows Vista period up until Windows 8. How many of you are looking forward to spending this Christmas holiday cleaning up your family members' Windows machines, removing adware, Bitcoin miners, and whatnot? On top of that, OEMs like Lenovo, HP, Dell, etc. for years included crapware in their cheaper laptops because margins were so razor thin that getting a few dollars from McAfee or having bloatware that mines data like Lenovo's Superfish actually made a difference between a laptop being profitable or not. Over the years, this made the experience on Windows laptops unpleasant and frustrating for users, many of whom, when faced with Macs that just work, made the switch over to Apple just to get rid of the headaches. How many times have you heard Mac users, especially older folks, say they don't mind paying more for a Mac because of the headache-free user experience? Macs owe much of their reputation for reliability and ease of use to the unbelievably horrible experience that Microsoft created for their Windows systems. Microsoft has been trying to tackle these problems since the Windows Vista days, and the Microsoft App Store in Windows 10 is part of the solution by having more.
F1 please, F1, F1!
This is our fight.
Пиздец, они не понимают, что бот очень важен нам. Правда, еще раз кикни, да, этого, Андрея. Нам бот очень нужен будет в катках, вот честно говорю. А он просто АФК стоит. Ну, давай. Please, F1, 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 F1. F1, 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 F1. Please. Please, AFK, AFK. Thank you.
Control over the apps that users can install, Microsoft wants to improve the overall Windows experience by cutting down on the bloatware that gets installed. The other half of the solution has to do with hardware costs. By switching to ARM, OEMs can reduce costs and make a profit even on the cheaper machines without having to include crapware and miners, thus, again, improving the overall user experience, bringing it closer to the Apple normie friendliness.
Rampage. Godlike.
Be careful. Let's all make it home tonight. Status. Cover this area.
Can't be bomb is here. Don't be out.
Counter-terrorists win. Asiat wins the game. Ты что-то сказал, Нига? А? Посмотри на меня, Нига.
Hold this position. Stay here. Cover this area. Stay here. Affirmative. Flashbang. They're down to 2.
LOL.
Grab your gear, let's go. Fire in the hole.
Another reason for switching to ARM is Microsoft's frustration with the lack of innovation in the PC market compared to what Apple has been doing in the last decade, which has led the company to start making their own laptops, tablets, and even all-in-ones in the form of the Surface line. And although these were meant to spur OEMs to start innovating themselves, the Surface products actually turned out to be really successful for Microsoft. In my day job as a graphic designer, I've started seeing a lot of executives from the banking sector, medical, law, finance, and other areas sending me wireframes created in Surface laptops. The Surface Pen has seen a surprising wide adoption with executives of all people, no doubt thanks to these machines being company issued. The challenge for Microsoft is that as more and more users in the business sector move to laptops and tablets, they need to be competitive with Apple when it comes to the software ecosystem, the battery life, the user experience, and all the while creating a platform for OEMs to have larger margins. There is simply no way of achieving all of this with Intel or AMD. This is very important to understand. Intel's lack of innovation in this space and AMD's lack of volume capacity have heavily limited Microsoft's ability to match Apple's innovation in the last 10 years. Apple's success with the iPhone and the iPad was a huge wake-up call for Microsoft, who really missed the boat on mobile devices.
Go in.
Hold this position. Hold this position. Cover this area. Alright. Okay. Grenade.
P, coming.
ARM was the enabler for Apple's success, and when Microsoft looks towards the future, they see new form factors emerging, like foldable phones that will create a bridge between a phone and a tablet. How long until we see a device that can transform from a phone to a full laptop? Who knows what other innovations are around the corner? Maybe a screen that stretches so that it can be used as a phone, a tablet, and even as a desktop. Microsoft afford to miss the boat again in the next wave of shiny gadgets, and ARM has been the enabler of the innovation that's happening in these new market segments. Now you might be asking yourself, why can't Intel just create a low-power chip similar to the ARM chips? Well, it's not for the lack of trying, and I won't get too deep into the advantages of a CISC architecture versus a RISC one, but things like AVX, DMA and micro-ops that you might have seen in those Intel slides over the years are basically an effort from Intel to make their architecture behave more like the RISC-based one that ARM has, because in its origin x86 is not as well suited for parallel computing, which is the way the industry is headed. Adding more instruction sets and bloat to the x86 architecture was fine when we were getting incredible jumps in performance every couple of years, but nowadays parallel compute needs that force the x86 bloat means that the code inevitably relies on more and
Alcohol. Alcohol. Alcohol.
Let's go.
No, 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 no.
Laying down smoke. Report in. Molotov.
It's A.
Combi. Combi. B.
more transistor switching and therefore higher power consumption. Intel's low-power Y-series chips will continue to have less cores and lower frequencies in order to conserve power draw, while ARM chips, which are already at twice the core count, can happily move on to 16 cores and beyond, while retaining the simpler instruction set that just doesn't require as much transistor switching, not to mention being less reliant on memory bandwidth. This is a simplification, and if you want to discuss
Cover this area. Hold this position. Let's go. Stay here. Yes. Decoys out.
the differences between the x86 and ARM architectures further, I'll be happy to explain more in the comments, and of course, if you're a patron, we can talk on Discord. So now that we understand Microsoft's motivation for moving to ARM when it comes to innovation, there's still the matter of hardware performance to consider. Looking at Qualcomm's fairly modest Snapdragon 835, we can see that when emulating x86 apps, it falls behind the i5 7Y54 considerably. The i5 is about 57% faster in multi-threaded workloads and over 100% faster in single-threaded workloads. However, when running native ARM 32-bit code in Geekbench 4.3, the 835 is actually faster than the i5 running 32-bit code and just a hair away from the 64-bit results. Of course, when it comes to battery life, there's no contest, with the ARM system lasting 16 hours against Intel systems 10.
Тесно, конечно, азиат.
Deploying flashbang. Status.
Wow.
Throwing flashbang. Hold this position. Stay here. Cover this area. Let's go, let's go. Hold this position. Stay here. Cover this area. Hold this position. Affirmative. Yes. Flashbang. Three guys left.
Give me Kalash, bot.
Go, go, go. Cover this area. Stay here. Stay here. Hold this position. Cover this area. Fire. Cover this area.
Hours. These tests were run on equivalently spec'd HP NVX2s, so we have comparable native performance but almost twice the battery life in regular use, and the ARM system cost $150 less than the equivalent Intel one.
Coming city.
And this is with an ARM system that's adapted from
Easy peasy. Short easy. Marvel dizzy. Yeah? Oh, yeah. Азиат. Вау! Вау! Я третья звезда, прикинь. Третья звезда. Это вам не шутки. Это третья звезда.
Let's roll. Move it, move it. In the middle. Terrorists win. We all can stand proud by planting the bomb. Bomb has been planted. Come on, let's go! I'm setting the bomb. Bomb has been terrorists win.
That's how you do it.
Bomb has been planted.
I'm defusing the bomb.
Bomb counter-terrorists win.
Let's move out. I have eyes on the... Good kill. Good kill. Let's go.
Counter-terrorists win.
Nice work, everyone.